The Senate will come to order. The chaplain will lead the Senate in prayer.
Let us pray. Holy God, sustainer of humanity, if it were not for your love, our burdens would be too heavy and the journey would seem too difficult. But because of your mercies, we can mount up on wings like eagles. Draw near their understanding with your light. May the pressures of the world not intimidate them, but may they receive your strength so that they can shape our nation in them the fidelity and guiding hands. We pray in your sacred name. Amen.
Please join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The clerk will read a communication to the Senate.
Washington, D.C., September 16, 2024. To the Senate, under the provisions of Rule 1, Paragraph 3 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, I do hereby appoint the Honorable Tammy Duckworth, a senator from the state of Illinois, to perform the duties of the chair, signed Patty Murray, President pro tempore.
Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved.
President.
The Majority Leader.
Madam President, I understand that there's a bill at the desk that's due for a second reading.
The clerk will read the title of this bill for the second time.
H.R. 820, an act to direct the Federal Communications Commission to publish a list of entities that hold authorizations, licenses, and other grants of authority issued by the Commission and that have certain foreign ownership and for other purposes.
In order to place the bill on the calendar under the provisions of Rule 14, I'd object to further proceeding.
Objection having been heard, the bill will be placed on the calendar.
Thank you, Madam President. Now, Madam President, yesterday afternoon I spoke with Secret Service Acting Director Rowe after an armed suspect was arrested after fleeing from former President Trump's golf course in West Palm Beach, Florida. I will say what I have said many times before. There is no place in America for political violence of any kind. I'm glad the former president is safe, and I applaud the Secret Service and all first responders for acting quickly before anyone got hurt. As for the perpetrator, he should be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. We all must do our part to ensure an incident like this does not happen again. This means that Congress has a responsibility to ensure the Secret Service and all law enforcement have the resources they need to do their jobs. So as we continue the appropriations process, if the Secret Service is in need of more resources, we are prepared to providing it for them, possibly in the upcoming funding agreement. Now on IVF. 2 years ago, Donald Trump and the MAGA Supreme Court succeeded in overturning Roe and ripping away the right to choose for millions of Americans. This year, as we have seen in states like Alabama, the hard right has its sights on a new target, IVF. So tomorrow, the Senate will take up Senator Duckworth, your bill, Madam President, Senator Duckworth's bill, the Right to IVF Act, to establish a nationwide right to IVF and make it easier for people to access this vital treatment. This is the very same legislation that almost every single Senate Republican voted against earlier this summer. This past weekend in New York, I stood with some amazing families and some amazing parents and their beautiful baby, a miracle of IVF, to say that we Democrats will do everything we can to protect access to IVF. And I hope that in this chamber we'll be joined by our Republican colleagues when we vote tomorrow, because tomorrow we will take up Senator Duckworth's Right to IVF Act. The vast majority of Americans support requiring insurance plans to cover IVF treatments. And I bet every one of us knows someone who has struggled with infertility at one point or another. In my own family, IVF was the answer to our prayers. I have a beautiful grandchild, thanks to the miracle of IVF. And I could not bear to imagine the pain we'd feel if we'd been told, sorry, you're out of luck. If Republicans truly stand on the side of families, as they regularly claim, then they should leap at the opportunity to protect people's right to access IVF. They should stand ready to pass a bill that makes this treatment available on insurance plans. They should vote yes tomorrow. Of course, we're already beginning to hear the same tired and predictable and unconvincing excuses from our Republican colleagues looking for a way to vote against IVF protections. To my Republican colleagues, if you truly support IVF, then vote for a bill that actually protects IVF through the letter of the law. Republicans cannot claim to be pro-family on the one hand while then voting against IVF protection bills on the other. Americans are much smarter than that. Republicans had a chance to back up their rhetoric with action when we voted earlier this year, and nearly all of them failed. I hope tomorrow will bring a different result. The American people will be watching. Now on the CR, legislators now have roughly 2 weeks to reach an agreement to keep the government open beyond the September 30th deadline. It's not really much time at all. In order to avoid a shutdown, the worst thing our colleagues in the House can do right now is waste time on proposals that don't have broad bipartisan support. But that's what the Speaker and his Republican colleagues have been doing all month long, and it's already September 16th. Madam Speaker, you know as well as everyone else, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker Johnson, you know as well as everyone else that your plan is a no-go as currently written. A 6-month CR with poison pills is not going to fly in a narrowly divided government. CRs have always meant to be a short-term extension funding to give appropriators more time to do their work. They're not meant to be a substitute for Congress doing its job. And if the hard right thinks that we will willingly give them leverage to ram Project 2025 down the American people's throats early next year by agreeing to a 6-month CR, they are dreaming. MAGA radicals are hoping they can use the threat of a shutdown next spring to pass the very worst of Project 2025. They want to cut the Department of Education. They want to eliminate Head Start. They want to privatize Fannie and Freddie, raising mortgage rates, making it harder to buy a home. They want to monitor women's pregnancies, monitor them, and potentially cut VA funding and more. We cannot, we will not let that happen. But even before we get to all of that, pushing for a CR that lasts 6 months, as the Speaker wants, would also mean that a slew of critical programs would still be shortchanged. It would be awful for our military. You simply cannot run the military with 6-month stopgaps. Little surprise, then, that even many House Republicans recognize the Speaker's current approach is the wrong one. The answer to the Speaker's problem is not very complicated. The Speaker should drop his current proposal and work with both parties on an extension that prioritizes keeping the government open without pushing poison pills. We are happy to work with them. Now, despite all its flaws, there are some bits of good news in the Speaker's proposal that I hope we can build on, Madam President. I'm very heartened that the Speaker's current proposal preserves the essence of the Schumer-Johnson agreement from early this year, the one that set top-line funding levels for fiscal year 2024. This is a good sign because last September, Speaker McCarthy wasted precious time trying to pass a CR that curried favor with the hard right through very deep, brutal funding cuts. In the end, that approach didn't work, and Speaker McCarthy was removed from the speakership anyway because of the radicals on his right flank. For now, Speaker Johnson seems to be taking a different approach, and it's not pushing for across-the-board cuts as part of his CR. That's good news. It's a sign Speaker Johnson may be accepting the reality that any deal we reach will have to include the spending levels we agreed to earlier this year. To be clear, there are still far too many provisions in his current proposal and a 6-month timeline. There's still too many omissions in his current proposal, and a 6-month timeline is not acceptable. But I hope we have a foundation on which to build on. And make no mistake about it, the clock is ticking. We have until September 30th before the government shuts down. If the government shuts down, it will be average Americans who suffer most. A government shutdown means seniors who rely on Social Security could be thrown into chaos as the Social Security Administration limits certain services like benefit verifications or fixing errors in payments. Our veterans could see regional VA offices shut down and support services put on halt. Some of our military service members could be forced to work without pay. Families who benefit from WIC and other nutrition programs could see benefits halted. And a shutdown would shake the confidence of our economic recovery, something we can't possibly afford at a time like this. And if a shutdown happens because of Republican poison pills, the American people are going to hold them responsible. We don't need to go down this road. We still have a little time to reach a bipartisan agreement, so I hope the Speaker drops his current plan. Now on judges. Finally, after today, the Senate will reach another great milestone in our effort to confirm more strong judges. With today's vote on Kevin Ritz to serve as a circuit court judge for the Sixth Circuit, the Senate will reach 210 judges confirmed under President Biden. Mr. Ritz would be an excellent example to the federal bench. He is rated well qualified by the ABA and has spent his entire career with the U.S. Attorney's Office. 75% of all the cases he's worked on have been criminal proceedings. In trial, he's won convictions on everything, from carjacking to firearm offenses to robbery. On the merits, he deserves confirmation. I thank Chairman Durbin, members of the Judiciary Committee, and all my colleagues who have helped us reach 210 judges. Many have been bipartisan, I am glad to say, and once we finish with Mr. Ritz, we will keep going. I yield the floor and note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Madam President,
The Republican leader,
I ask consent that further proceedings on the quorum call be dispensed with.
without objection.
It's dismaying to begin another week with news of an assassination attempt against a former president. We're certainly all grateful once again that the worst outcome was avoided. This ought to be a moment of soul searching for all Americans. It's a time to reflect on the ways that our political process has been injected by reprehensible violence. In America, our democracy flows from the ballot box, not from the barrel of a gun, period. In the meantime, for the second time in as many months, law enforcement faces an even more urgent task: completing a thorough, swift, and transparent investigation into the circumstance of yesterday's close call. The American people deserve answers. They deserve assurance that a former president who tens of millions of Americans have nominated once again will receive every appropriate measure of security, and they ought to receive them without delay. Now, on another matter, I've repeatedly warned colleagues on both sides against setting aside America's interest in pursuit of closer relations with foreign leaders who they think share their values. I made it clear to Washington Democrats that whatever kudos the Paris climate deal earned them with European Greens, punishing America for producing affordable, reliable, and abundant energy was welcome news to China, the world's leading emitter of carbon, and to Russia, which would weaponize Europe's own reliance in due course. Likewise, I've urged fellow Republicans to recognize that despite whatever affinity we might be expected to hold for a Hungarian ruling party that professes traditional values, legitimizing Viktor Orban's reckless obeisance to China, Russia, and Iran is not in America's interest. And I've been clear-eyed about the regimes with which the United States shares neither interests nor values and acted accordingly. For example, the strategic case for maximum pressure and credible deterrence against Iran, the world's most active state sponsor of terror, is compelling enough on its own. Weakening sanctions in exchange for empty promises on nuclear proliferation is not in America's strategic interest. Neither is responding to proxy violence with half measures. The only way to achieve measurable improvements to the security of America's interests in Iran's backyard is to change Iran's calculus. This is, of course, an opportunity for the United States and allies with common interests in the region to work more closely together in applying meaningful pressure on Tehran, an opportunity as yet unseized. But lest anyone forget, just as Tehran's export of terror threatens America's interests, its repression at home is an affront to American values. Today is the second anniversary of the beating, detention, and murder of Mahsa Amini at the hands of Iran's morality police. Tehran's thugs killed another 500 people and detained 1,000 more who took to the streets in protest. Today, Iranian women are continuing their protest against the regime's repressive morality laws Many are walking the streets without head coverings, and 34 political prisoners have gone on a hunger strike. Tehran is marking the anniversary in its own way, placing Ms. Amini's surviving family under unofficial house arrest. Further east, in Kabul, another group of medieval theocrats is dragging Afghan women and girls even further backward into the familiar repression of Taliban rule. A new vice and virtue law amounts to an even more severe crackdown on education for Afghan girls and even tighter restrictions on women's behavior in public. Like in Iran, Taliban repression is not difficult to recognize as abhorrent. And the latest developments are an outcome many of us saw coming years ago. Unfortunately, they are also a shameful reminder of a decision that damaged America's interests and a sales campaign that denied observable reality. Recall that as the Taliban surged back into power in Kabul, President Biden insisted that, quote, human rights will be the center of our foreign policy. Remember how the president's national security advisor declared that the administration was absolutely, resolutely committed to alleviate the burden that Afghan women and girls will face in the years ahead. I'm curious how the administration would rate the effectiveness of that commitment. I wonder whether it thinks its confidence in so-called over-the-horizon counterterrorism has paid off. And when the administration's special envoy warns that its patience with the Taliban is running out, I can't help but ask why on earth any such patience would align with America's interest in the first place, let alone our values.
Morning business is closed. Under the previous order, the Senate will proceed to executive session to resume consideration of the following nomination, which the clerk will report.
Nomination, the Judiciary, Kevin Gafford Ritz of Tennessee to be United States Circuit Judge for the Sixth Circuit.
Madam President.
The senior senator from Illinois.
Madam President, like many Americans, yesterday afternoon I heard reports of what federal law enforcement investigating a possible assassination attempt on former President Trump while he was golfing in Florida. Thankfully, the former president was not harmed and there were no injuries, and the subject was quickly taken into custody. I'm grateful for the work of the Secret Service and their law enforcement partners to keep the president and those around him safe. My staff was briefed by the Secret Service last night, and there is an active investigation into this incident as law enforcement gathers more details about what happened. As I've said many times, there is no place for violence in our country, no matter what the motive. It must come to an end. Madam President, on a different topic, a recent report from the Wall Street Journal had a stark headline. It read, "Your ambulance is on the way. Estimated time of arrival, 65 minutes." Across rural America, nearly 5 million Americans live in an ambulance desert where access to critical emergency care is limited. And in 8 states, there were fewer than 3 ambulances for every 1,000 square miles of land. Think about it. If you or a loved one experience cardiac arrest or an overdose, where seconds truly matter, you may not be able to receive timely care. And across rural Illinois, EMS personnel are often the only healthcare providers around, with many volunteers. To keep our rural communities thriving, we must ensure our first responders are ready for the call. So in 2018, 6 years ago, I worked with then Republican Senator Pat Roberts of Kansas to pass into law a bill called the Siren Act. I was inspired by a visit from Mark Kennedy, a paramedic from Nauvoo, Illinois in Hancock County, who told me some of the challenges they were facing. The Siren Act provides federal funding for rural fire and EMS agencies for recruitment, certification, and purchasing equipment, everything from naloxone to power stretchers. Over the past 5 years, we have steadily increased funding for this small but important program. In total, we sent $40 million to rural communities in 42 states, red and blue. The Siren Act is up for reauthorization now. Senator Susan Collins of Maine and I have teamed up in recent years to increase funding for it, and on legislation to extend funding for another 5 years. Our bill is endorsed by the National Association of Emergency Management Technicians, International Association of Fire Chiefs, Association of Firefighters, Rural Health Association, and last December it unanimously passed the Senate. This week the House is scheduled to take it up. I applaud the sponsors for their work in the House to advance the bill out of committee by a 46-0 vote, and I urge the House to quickly pass out the Siren Reauthorization Act this week. Madam President, on another health-related topic, the question of women's reproductive freedom continues to be a matter of critical importance in the upcoming election. At the presidential debate last week, it became clear that the two candidates could not be further apart on the issue. The former president took credit for the, quote, great service, he said, he did in erasing the constitutional right under Roe versus Wade. On the other hand, Vice President Harris asked us to consider what abortion bans mean for young survivors of rape or incest who are forced to carry pregnancies to term, or for women who miscarry and are repeatedly denied access to life-saving care. That is the world we live in today because of the Boggs decision, because of Donald Trump and his success in choosing 3 ultra-conservative Supreme Court justices who overruled Roe versus Wade. Make no mistake, the former president sees the polls. He knows that limiting women's access to make their own decisions on reproductive care and choice is wildly unpopular, even in conservative red states. That is why former President Trump is twisting himself into knots, trying to have it both ways, taking credit for overruling Roe versus Wade to appease his base, while refusing to acknowledge all of the suffering that has resulted. When Roe versus Wade was overruled, anti-choice politicians warned us that it would only be the beginning of policies that limit women's reproductive freedom. And for once, they were telling the truth. The overruling of Roe versus Wade has been accompanied by a troubling increase in fetal personhood laws that threaten access to assisted reproductive technologies, including in vitro fertilization or IVF. I might say, before you go any further, that the presiding officer has been a leader on this issue, for good reason. She's not only right on the issue, it's personal to her and her family. I thank you for your leadership. Earlier this year, after the Alabama Supreme Court ruled that frozen embryos created during IVF were children under the state's wrongful death statute, the national debate ensued. I held a hearing in my Judiciary Committee on this disturbing trend. We heard moving testimony from Jamie Hurd, an Alabama woman whose IVF treatment was interrupted by this extreme decision in court. We also heard compelling testimony from you, the presiding officer, Senator Tammy Duckworth, who was able to have her 2 beautiful children with the help of IVF. Earlier this year, Senators Duckworth, Murray, Booker, and Schumer introduced the Right to IVF Act, which I am honored to co-sponsor. It establishes a clear and enforceable nationwide right and other assisted reproductive technology. It also expands insurance coverage for that care. Whether, when, and how to expand one's family is a private, personal matter. Every American should be able to access the care and resources they need to start a family, however they choose. Yet, when the Senate last considered this bill in June, only two of 49 Republicans voted to consider the bill. The rest of the Republican caucus filibustered this critical legislation. They say they're for IVF. They won't vote for the bill that guarantees it will be legally there. Republicans led by former President Trump know that the American people do not support this extreme position and are desperate to fool us into thinking they don't mean what they say. Well, they'll have another chance to show the American people where they really stand on IVF tomorrow. Because if Republicans truly support privacy, freedom, and the right to access IVF treatment, they're going to join us on a bipartisan basis to consider this bill. They can't have it both ways. They can't claim to support IVF while voting against legislation that protects the rights of families to make that decision. I might add parenthetically that this is personal to me as well. I have two beautiful grandkids who are the product of IVF, and I'm so happy that that happened. My daughter and her husband had just about given up. They couldn't find a way to do it. And they found this one clinical test that was taking place forward out of it. And they're 12 years old now, and we're so happy to have them. IVF was the reason they're here. It'll make them part of their future. I yield the floor. Suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Madam President,
The senator from Maine.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that proceedings under the call be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I rise today to introduce the Armed Forces Crisis Intervention Notification Act. This legislation is in response to the October 25th, 2023 tragedy in Lewiston, Maine. On that day, 18 Mainers were killed and 13 injured during the worst mass shooting in Maine's history. For 2 days, Lewiston and the surrounding communities were locked down and people were frightened as law enforcement searched for the shooter. It was an horrific event that Mainers will never forget, nor should we. The phrase Lewiston Strong continues to echo across our state as we remember those whom we lost nearly a year ago. The victims were enjoying time with their family and friends at a local bowling alley and a restaurant. They included 4 members of Maine's deaf community who had gathered at the restaurant that evening to play cornhole. They also included a 14-year-old high school honors student, an Army veteran who served tours in Iraq, and a volunteer coach for a youth bowling league. They were parents, husbands and wives, neighbors, co-workers, and friends. Lives were forever changed on that day as families continued to mourn the loss of their loved ones. Madam President, the shooter was a sergeant first class in the Army Reserve. In the aftermath of the shootings, I led the Maine delegation in requesting an independent review by the Inspector General of the Army to help us better understand what happened and what could have been done differently to help prevent this tragedy. I said then that I wanted to use the results of that review as well as the findings of a separate investigation by the Army Reserve and the independent commission established by the governor of Maine to inform potential federal legislation that could help prevent future shootings. The Army Reserve and the Army Inspector General released their reports in July, and the independent commission appointed by the governor released its report just last month. I commend the commission for its thorough report, and I thank the chairman of the commission, former Chief Justice of the Maine Supreme Judicial Court, Daniel Wathen, for his leadership. Madam President, all of these investigations revealed that there were numerous missed opportunities to potentially intervene and prevent this horrific tragedy. In many instances, there was a clear lack of effective communication and coordination. For example, the independent commission concluded that the local sheriff's office was justified in pointing out that the Army Reserve did not share all relevant information it had about the shooter's behavior. In its report, the commission went on to explain that had the Army Reserve personnel presented a full and complete accounting of the fact, the sheriff's office might have acted more assertively. The findings of these investigations into the Lewiston shootings also serve as a stark reminder that members of our armed forces are not immune from mental illness. So today, Madam President, I'm introducing legislation that is designed to help address these significant issues. If enacted, my bill will move us closer to achieving our goals of making our communities safer and ensuring that service members in crisis get the assistance they need to prevent injury to themselves and to others. This bill is premised on my belief, which is supported by the findings of the investigations, that state crisis intervention programs should be fully utilized by our military when appropriate and with adequate due process protections. This can only happen, however, if relevant information is shared in a timely and effective manner. The Armed Forces Crisis Intervention Notification Act would facilitate that kind of communication and coordination between the armed forces and the relevant state, county, and local authorities that was lacking during the months leading up to the mass shootings in Lewiston. Specifically, this bill would direct the armed forces to fully utilize state crisis intervention programs in certain circumstances where the risk of harm is the greatest, namely, when a service member is determined to be unfit to possess military firearms due to that member making serious, credible threats of violence against themselves or against others, or when a service member has been involuntarily committed to a hospital that specializes in caring for people with mental illness. Fully utilized is defined in the bill to mean taking action available to third parties under a state crisis intervention program and providing relevant material facts to appropriate law enforcement or judicial personnel. In the case of the Lewiston shooter, Robert Card, the Army Reserve determined that he should not have access to military weapons and facilitated his treatment at a mental hospital. But regrettably, it did not provide civilian law enforcement in Maine, where he resided, or in New York, where he was training, with all of the relevant information that it had. This bill would direct that such information be provided to the appropriate authorities through an established process so that the authorities can make fully informed decisions about whether to take additional steps pursuant to a state crisis intervention program. The bill also facilitates information sharing by directing the branches of our armed forces to fully participate in judicial proceedings authorized as part of a state crisis intervention program. This means that the branches of our armed forces would be required to produce, upon request, evidence as part of those proceedings. This provision is especially meaningful. If this bill had been law prior to the shootings and Maine law enforcement had initiated proceedings under the state of Maine's yellow flag law, the Army would have been directed to produce evidence that could have resulted in the shooter losing possession of his personal weapons, the weapons that he used to murder 18 people. And at the same time, he could have received additional treatment for his severe mental illness. Madam President, I have worked for months to carefully craft this legislation, which also reflects the findings and recommendations of the 3 separate investigations that I have previously described. While drafting this bill, I solicited input from the relevant stakeholders, including the Army, Veteran Services organizations, and sportsmen's groups, including the National Shooting Sports Foundation and the Sportsmen's Alliance of Maine. Responsible gun ownership is part of the heritage of many Maine families. The Sportsman Alliance of Maine has long been an effective voice in our state for preserving this heritage and protecting the Second Amendment rights of law-abiding Americans, while recognizing that there are extreme circumstances in which action must be taken to intervene in order to prevent gun-related violence. And I thank them for their thoughtful input and advice. The product of this collaborative and consultative process is a bill that is carefully constructed. It is a bill that is designed to save lives. It's important to note, once again, that this proposal protects due process and Second Amendment rights of service members. It would not create a federal crisis intervention program or impose new requirements on states or alter existing state programs or direct states to adopt such crisis intervention programs. The bill preserves the ability of states to craft their own crisis intervention programs. The armed forces would simply operate within each state's framework, provided that the state programs adhere to the due process and Second Amendment protections already specified by Congress in the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act. Moreover, if a current or former service member seeks to regain possession of his or her firearms through a judicial proceeding, he or she would be entitled to evidence from the military that could be helpful to his or her case. This legislation also does not affect the military's existing authority to disarm service members of their issued weapons in a broad range of situations that are unrelated to a serious, credible threat of violence or involuntary commitment to a mental hospital. Madam President, we often search for something good to come from a terrible tragedy. After shoppers were killed in Buffalo, New York, and school children and teachers were murdered in Uvalde, Texas, we came together in this chamber to pass the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act. I was honored to be part of that effort, which I believe has saved lives. Indeed, in June, the Department of Justice announced that it had charged more than 500 defendants under the provisions of that law that target unlawful trafficking and straw purchasing of firearms. I co-authored those provisions to help take dangerous criminals off the streets, and that is exactly what is happening. Madam President, nothing that we can do can take away the pain, the shock, and the understandable anger felt by the families who lost loved ones last October. But we can and we should take legislative and administrative actions in response to the Lewiston tragedy. By taking such actions, we have a chance to help service members in crisis. We have a chance to help protect our neighbors, our families, our communities. We have a chance to save lives. Madam President, let me end by thanking my colleague from Maine, Senator King, for co-sponsoring this legislation. I urge the rest of our colleagues to join us in this important effort. Thank you, Madam President. President, I yield the floor and request the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
The senator from Iowa. Without objection.
I come to the floor today to share a few words about my friend and Republican leader, Senator Mitch McConnell. I've had the privilege to serve alongside the senior senator from Kentucky here in the United States Senate for nearly 4 decades, spanning 40 sessions of the United States Senate. From the 110th Congress through the 118th, Senator McConnell won support of our caucus to serve as Republican leader. In those secret ballot elections, he often from our conference. That makes his tenure the longest-serving Senate leader in history of the United States Senate. For the last 4 decades, Senator McConnell has lived and breathed the United States Senate. So when Senator McConnell spoke on the floor in February, announcing that he would step down from his leadership post after the upcoming November election, he took many of us by great surprise. After all, his love for the United States Senate, the state of Kentucky, and for our great country, America, are indisputable. Although his critics and even some of his supporters don't see eye to eye on every issue, I would suggest my colleagues on both sides of the aisle can agree on this. Senator McConnell's service as Republican leader was hard-earned. Time and again, Mitch McConnell has shown shrewd skill, a set that set the table for his climb up the leadership ladder. Once he got to that top rung, Senator McConnell didn't flinch from his resolve. A keen negotiator, Leader McConnell finessed legislative hurdles, scaled political mountains, and secured policy victories on behalf of the American people. It takes a steel spine in the world of politics. Senator McConnell's grit, his purpose, and laser focus upon since 2006. We teamed up to deliver historic tax relief that put money back in the people's pockets and helped grow the American economy. One of the seminal moments of Leader McConnell's tenure took place in 2016 when I chaired the Senate Judiciary Committee. That February, as you remember, Senator Justice Scalia passed away unexpectedly, thus creating a vacancy on the United States Supreme Court. That vacancy created a once-in-a-generation prospect to shape the highest court in the land. Leader McConnell and I recognized what was at stake. Without wavering, we leveraged the constitutional authority of the United States Senate, that's the authority of advice and consent, and held off on the confirming a nominee until after the election so the American people could have a say in that process. Now, to put it mildly, the decision wasn't met with open arms by the White House or our colleagues across the aisle. Leader McConnell can play hardball with the best of them, with detractors within and outside of our conference. We kept with the truth that when there was a Republican White House and a Democrat majority here in the United States Senate, that you wait until after the election to make that appointments. Generations from now, historians will know our efforts to confirm Trump-appointed judges and the imprint it made on the federal judiciary, reshaping the Supreme Court and lower courts with what we ought to have on the judiciary people that you call strict constructionists, meaning people that are going to interpret the law according to congressional intent and interpret the Constitution according to original intent. So we have jurors who now interpret the laws written by Congress, not jurists who legislate from the bench. Now, in addition to tax relief, the federal judiciary, and agriculture, Leader McConnell and I most recently worked together to get bipartisan infrastructure package and funding for the U.S. national security with support for our allies in Israel, Taiwan, and Ukraine. And that got across the finish line, and it wasn't a very easy job for Senator McConnell. Senator McConnell and I served together here in the Senate during the Reagan administration. The Reagan Doctrine made the world safer and more secure. In other words, peace through strength actually works. This month, we observed the 23rd anniversary of 9/11. Next month marks the one-year anniversary of the terrorist attacks on October 7th in Israel. And October 7th in Israel will be remembered in that country much like December the 7th, 1941 is remembered in the United States. Now more than ever, Leader McConnell and this U.S. Senator agree that America can't afford to fall asleep at the wheel. Senator McConnell didn't mince words about why he's stepping down as Republican leader. He has a firm grasp of the politics of our party. His ability to read the room helped him to scale the leadership ladder, winning the top job 9 times in our Republican conference. In his floor remarks this February, he wryly noted, and I quote, "I have many faults. Misunderstanding politics is not one of them," end of quote. Politics aside, his reverence for this institution and his reverence for this great country of America comes from an unwavering commitment to the ideals enshrined in our founding charters. I am proud to associate myself with his statement that, and I quote again, "For as long as I'm drawing breath on this earth, I will defend Americans' exceptionalism." And I'll do the same thing here as this senator. We know that no matter who runs the White House or the House of Representatives, the U.S. Senate serves a vital constitutional role in our system of checks and balances. Senator McConnell and I also share a love for history, especially Senate history. We have that in common. George Washington is supposedly told this very story about pouring a cup of hot tea into a saucer and comparing the role of the United States Senate as that saucer to cool legislation coming in hot from the House of Representatives. James Madison said the Senate was, quote unquote, the anchor of government, and again, quote and unquote, and a necessary fence against the fickleness and passion of the temporary waves of public opinion. Former Republican leader Howard Baker referred to the Senate leadership as, quote, unquote, herding cats, suggesting it required the dual ability to understand how the institution worked and to understand the personalities of individual members. For certain, Leader McConnell has a clear grasp on the arcane rules and precedents of this body, caucus for now 18 years. You'll have to ask him if he agrees with Senator Baker's analogy of what it's like to run the United States Senate. But in my observation, it's not easy over these many years. I'm glad to say this isn't a welfare speech. We will continue our work together in the next Congress here in the United States Senate. I have no doubt that Senator McConnell will continue to be an effective champion for American agriculture, U.S. leadership around the world, and peace through strength, and especially prosperity for all of the American people. Thank you, Mr. President.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
President,
Republican leader.
I'd like to just say to my friend from
Me
Iowa,
too. We were doing a quorum call.
so grateful for your overly generous assessment of my work over the years. And one of the joys of being in this job as long as I have is the opportunity to work with you and to watch the way you handled so many things so skillfully. So thank you very much. I appreciate that. As you indicated, I'm not going anywhere yet. I yield the floor.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
President,
Senator from Tennessee,
I ask that we dispense with the quorum call.
without objection.
Thank you, Madam President. As I am out and about across Tennessee, one thing I continue to hear from many Tennesseans and our small business owners is that one of the things they find very frightening is an IRS audit. Now, for a lot of our small business owners, when they talk about this, they mention how time-consuming it is and how it means sleepless nights and financial uncertainty and needless harassment, because they're all working hard and they are trying to comply with the law. And as of last year, and I find this so very interesting, as of last year, nearly 2/3 of the IRS audits targeted Americans that were making less than $200,000. But in a misguided effort to fund the Biden-Harris administration's trillions in inflationary spending, the IRS recently doubled down on its pledge to ramp up audits on American taxpayers. Now, we all know the administration had said no audits on taxpayers who are earning under $400,000. But bear in mind, two-thirds of those audits were on taxpayers earning less than $200,000. Regularly, when I am doing meetings in our 95 counties, I will hear from small business owners, farmers, independent contractors all across the state that are worried about being targeted by the IRS. This is the same agency that received $80 billion from the Inflation Reduction Act, which was brought to us by this Biden-Harris administration, $80 billion to go out and hire 87,000 new agents. While IRS Commissioner Werfel recently promised that there would be no new wave of audits coming from middle and low-income Americans, and that's a direct quote from him, a new report from the Treasury Inspector General for Tax Administration confirms that Tennesseans do have a reason to be concerned. Although the Treasury Department directed the IRS to exclude Americans making less than $400,000 each year from increased audit rates, the report found that the IRS has no plan to make this happen. You heard me right. Treasury directed the IRS to exclude those Americans making less than $400,000, but the agency has absolutely no plan for how they're going to do that. For example, they are using a novel definition of taxpayer earnings. It is total positive income. This phrasing has no statutory definition. According to the IRS, the term refers to, and I'm quoting, the sum of all positive amounts shown from the various sources of income reported on an individual income tax return and thus excludes losses, end of quote. To be sure, the confusing definition raises more questions than it answers. Will a small business owner or farmer be subject to more audits if his revenue exceeds $400,000, even if his profit is much less than that? Will a married couple with a household income of $400,000 face the same audit rate as a single person with the same income? For months on the Senate Finance Committee, I've pressed Commissioner Werfel and other Biden-Harris officials for answers, but time and again they have failed to provide satisfactory explanations. While disturbing, this lack of clarity should come as no surprise. The IG report found that the IRS has failed to define small business under the directive and develop a methodology for enforcing the $400,000 threshold, all while lacking basic documentation and transparency about its audit plan. There again, no plan. In short, the Biden-Harris IRS is preparing to shake down Main Street, all while claiming to focus on tax cheat and millionaires and billionaires. No doubt the IRS audit plan is just the latest example of this administration's disastrous tax and spend agenda, which has seen our national debt increase by more than $7 trillion while pushing up prices across the board by 20% in less than 4 years. That's right, the current inflation rate from the time Joe Biden took office till today is actually 20.3%. Unfortunately, this administration has forgotten a simple fact. Hardworking Tennesseans and Americans do best when they have more money in their pocketbook, not less. With its reckless audit plan, the Biden-Harris IRS is doing its best to ensure that they take more money out of your pocket. I yield the floor.
Madam President.
Senator from Tennessee.
Madam President, I ask that the vote scheduled for 5:30 begin immediately.
Without objection. The questions on the nomination. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Brown, Mr. Budd, Ms. Butler. Aye. Ms. Cantwell. Mr. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Helmy, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Peters, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mr. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow. Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Brown, Butler, Cardin, Carper, Coons, Gillibrand, Kane, Reed, and Whitehouse. Senators voting in the negative: Blackburn, Crapo, Lankford, and Sinema. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen, no. Mrs. Shaheen. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Tuberville, no. Mr. Romney. Mr. Romney, no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Ms. Rosen. Ms. Rosen, aye. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Cassidy. Mr. Cassidy, no. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy, no. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Lujan. Mr. Lujan, aye. Mr. Warnock. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Padilla, aye. Mrs. Murray. Mrs. Murray, aye. Ms. Hirono. Ms. Hirono, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Ms. Warren. Ms. Warren, aye. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schatz, aye. Mr. Paul. Mr. Paul, no. Ms. Baldwin. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Grassley, no. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Wyden, aye. Mr. Rubio. Mr. Rubio, no. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Daines. Mr. Daines, no. Ms. Stabenow. Ms. Stabenow, aye. Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Fisher, no. Ms. Collins. Ms. Collins, no. Mr. Durbin. Mr. Durbin, aye. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tillis, no. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, no. Mr. Cornyn. Mr. Cornyn, no. Mr. Thune. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Ms. Klobuchar. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Ms. Cantwell. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Ricketts, no. Ms. Ernst. Ms. Ernst, no. Ms. Lummis. Ms. Lummis, no. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Barrasso, no. Mrs. Capito. Mrs. Capito, no. Mr. King. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Helmy. Mr. Helmy, aye. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Merkley, aye. Mr. Haggerty. Mr. Haggerty, no. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee, no. Mr. Booker. Mr. Booker, aye. Ms. Duckworth. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Heinrich, aye.
You look good up there.
Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Budd. Mr. Budd, no. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Cotton, no. Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch, aye. Ms. Smith. Ms. Smith, aye. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schmidt? No. Ms. Hassan. Ms. Hassan, aye. Mr. Tester. Mr. Tester, aye.
But I did laugh at it.
Mr. Risch. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Graham, no. Mr. Markey, aye.
Because
Mr. Sullivan, no.
I would.
Mr. Young, no. Mr. Bozeman, no. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Kramer, no. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Hoven, no. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wicker, no.
Mr. Braun, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Mr. Casey, aye.
The yeas are 48, the noes are 46, and the nomination is confirmed.
Thank you.
Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Madam President,
The Senator from Oregon.
I'm taking the floor tonight to ring the alarm bells for our democracy with grave concerns about the opening up of a casino for betting on our elections. Imagine this. Election day is approaching. Ultra-rich Americans and huge corporations bet billions of dollars on the outcome of which party controls the House of Representatives, or bet those same billions on who controls the U.S. Senate. But as the election approaches, it's 45 days out, it's 30 days out, and one or two races might make the difference on whether they win or lose that bet. They now have a huge incentive to spend another vast sum smearing the candidate they want to lose. They now have a vast incentive to spread disinformation to get the outcome that they have wagered millions of dollars on or billions of dollars on. That is a profound corruption of our democracy. And I'm sure you're thinking, that could never happen here in America. That is not government by and for the people. That is not elections as a way of choosing who will best lead us forward or cast the votes consistent with our principles. That is instead just turning election into a casino. But if you think this could never happen here, you're wrong. This isn't fantasy. Last week, less than 60 days before one of the most consequential elections in the history of our nation, a federal district judge, a D.C. district judge, threw the doors wide open for just such a gambling scheme on our elections, allowing individuals, corporations to bet up to $100 million apiece. Now, this is not some research project where people can bet $10 to see kind of the influence of whether or not the way people bet is a better prediction than polling. No, this is not a research project. This is vast, powerful people betting huge sums and then, with dark money, authorized through Citizens United court decision, being able to put their thumb on the scale. That's what happened last Thursday. Fortunately, shortly after the ruling was announced, it was appealed by the CFTC, the Commodities Futures Trading Commission, to the circuit court, and the circuit court put a stay on, a stay that will give them time to think about whether they should allow this casino to go forward at this moment in time, and they're going to make that decision, they say, by Thursday, 3 days from now. So, I'm ringing the alarm bells that there is an enormous threat to the integrity of our elections that will be based on a decision of a circuit court 3 days from now. Will they, like the district judge, throw the doors open to the casino, allow individuals to bet millions of dollars, up to $100 million, and do so knowing those same individuals can then spend massively to put their thumb on the scale and affect the outcome of the election? So let's go back a little bit to the lead up to this moment. In 2020, a Wall Street firm called Kalshi was authorized by the Commodity Futures Trading Commission, the CFTC, to do a limited amount of bets or contracts on events, ranging from what daily temperature will be in Chicago to what countries will have a recession. Lots of events contracts. Well, fast forward 3 years, and Kalshi decided to go way beyond that kind of structure, and they filed paperwork to say they wanted to allow an event contract allowing bets on the outcome of who controls the House and the Senate. Given this unprecedented move and concerns about how this type of action could corrupt the elections, the CFTC initiated a 90-day review period to study the issue, 30 days for public comment, and in that comment period, I led a group of fellow senators to weigh in, urging the CFTC to reject this event contract on elections. The letter stated, mass commodification of our democratic process would raise widespread concerns about the integrity of our electoral process. Such an outcome is in clear conflict with the public interest and would undermine confidence in our political process. In September of last year, the CFTC agreed, and they rejected Kalshi's request, concluding that betting on elections is contrary to the public interest and would undermine the integrity of our elections. But Kalshi sued, and that's what put it into the D.C. District Court that led to the decision last Thursday of a district court judge siding with Kalshi and allowing them to start offering or taking bets on who controls the House and Senate. Now, I have in my hand here some of the legal language for the CFTC. And here's what it says. It says under CEA section 5CC 5, capital CI, the Commission may determine that contracts in certain excluded commodities are contrary to the public interest if they involve activity unlawful under federal law, terrorism, war, assassination, gaming, or similar activity determined by the Commission by rule or regulation contrary to the public interest. Now, here's the thing. This law clearly gave the Commission the power to proceed to control gaming. And what is gaming but a bet on an event? Despite the clear language that's in the law, despite the fact that gambling and gaming are used interchangeably in all kinds of rules and statutes, a district judge said, no concern about the public interest here, we'll just throw the doors of the casino wide open. Well, that's a vast concern, and I'm hoping that the D.C. Circuit judges are paying attention to the law, having given the power to the CFTC to turn down contracts allowing gaming. You know, we just had today an attempted assassination attempt on former President Trump. Do you want to put contracts on assassinations when you know that people can put their thumb on the scale and actually try to assassinate someone? No. That's why the law is written like this. Do you want to be able to have people bet on the outcome of an election and then spend vast sums smearing the candidate they want to lose, corrupting the election from the vision of guiding our country forward into a simple gaming exercise about enriching those who cannot just make huge bets but can influence the outcome of those bets? Absolutely not. That's why the law is written in this fashion. So at a minimum, the circuit court should stay this decision, not allow this to be unfolding now, less than 60 days before the election. 7 weeks from tomorrow, I think that makes it 43 days. 49, 50 days, 7 weeks from tomorrow. It is not okay to allow corruption of our elections in this fashion. Now, I was thinking about how the fact that this law allows insider trading. For example, Exxon, that is the decision of the district court, Exxon, an oil company, could be planning to fund a PAC, and that PAC is going to do a huge amount of ads involving disinformation, involving smearing a candidate, maybe, the last 2 weeks of the election. They know that, but they're not banned from betting, so they can turn around and put a massive bet on the outcome of the election while they have the insider information about the huge campaign the PAC is planning that nobody else knows about. What an incentive to create that type of strategy, a strategy where the very rich and the very powerful can both cast the bet and heavily influence the outcome. Not an influence about government buying for the people, but about enriching through a rigged bet the most powerful people in our country. That's not the purpose of elections. That's why Congress wrote the law the way they wrote it, giving the CFTC the power to turn down this type of event contract. How about Russia? Russian nationals, maybe they're lent money. They're here in the country. They can bet on the outcome of this election. Maybe they have allies who can donate to a PAC. Do you want to further incentivize public disinformation and election rigging by foreign powers? We already know how much China does. We already know how much Russia does. Do we want to give them such an easy platform to make this happen? There are certain principles core to democracy. One is that citizens have access to the ballot box. A second is peaceful transfer of power. The third, and the theory behind a democracy, is that when votes are cast and when campaign donations are made, they are made because the person sees a representative who corresponds to their values. But in this case, it isn't about a person who corresponds to your values. You may, in fact, want somebody to win who's on the right end of the spectrum. But then you make a huge bet thinking the person on the left end is going to win. So you proceed to heavily smear the very person you, according to your principles, want to win because of your pocketbook now being at risk. This profoundly affects the public interest. This is a profound corruption of our democracy. We already have a lot of challenges. Social media is a problem. Cable television presenting different sets of facts in different parts of our universe are a challenge. Bots that create fake commentary to try to create themes that move people and make things appear real that are not real. Voter suppression, that's a challenge. AI deepfakes are a challenge. The last thing we need is a casino on elections that at its very core incentivizes rigged bets contrary to the public interest, and election outcomes driven by profit, not driven by values. So that's where we are. So I hope that the Circuit Court of D.C. will pay attention about how much is at risk. Now, I've noted that the current contract is about who controls the House and who controls the Senate. But once that is allowed, what is to prevent Kaushi to putting up an event contract on the outcome of a specific Senate race or a specific House race? Then we have a ton of really close races. Do we want those really close races to be affected by people betting a bet up to $100 million followed by dark money smear campaigns under Citizens United, determining what the outcome of those races is? I think not. Not if you believe in the vision of democracy. Not if you believe in the vision of a republic. Not if you believe that who comes to stand in this room is to be the person you think will honor our Constitution and work towards a better future. So, Madam President, I'll just summarize by saying, just 3 days from today, there could be a decision that could have profound impact on the integrity of the coming election. That decision should be a stay that prevents these election contracts. Then this body should get to work and outlaw specifically in the law such contracts. It already appears that they have, because it says the CFTC has the power to turn down event contracts based on gaming that are contrary to the public interest. But if one district judge has said that doesn't carry the day, there's another judge out there somewhere who will do the business of helping out some corporation try to open the doors of that casino. So let's here come together, Democrats and Republicans, left and right, and say we care about the integrity of our election and we will not let this happen. But first, we need a stay from the court to prevent it from happening this Thursday. Thank you, Madam President.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Madam President.
The senator from Florida.
Madam President, I have been called many names, some nice and some not so nice.
But the Senate is in a quorum call.
Madam President, will you vitiate the quorum call?
Without objection.
Madam President, I have been called many names, some nice and some not so nice. A governor, senator, husband, dad, but my favorite is grandpa. When I first became governor back in 2010, Ann and I had no grandchildren. Fast forward to today, we are blessed with 7 beautiful grandkids. As I speak today, my daughter is using in vitro fertilization, or IVF, to grow a family. As a grandpa, of course, I'm thrilled. And thanks to the people of Florida, I've also had the opportunity as a U.S. Senator to do what I can to make this amazing science that helps bring beautiful babies into the world more accessible and affordable for millions of Americans. The truth about IVF is that it is one of the few unifying policies almost all Democrats and Republicans agree with. Earlier this year, a ruling of the Alabama Supreme Court concerned many of us, myself included. Thankfully, the Republican-controlled Alabama legislature swiftly updated their laws to ensure IVF is protected for citizens of their state. Right after the ruling, I introduced a resolution with my colleague in the House, Kat Cammack, which outlined the overwhelming support in Congress for IVF and the millions of families using it to grow their families. We built on that resolution by then introducing the IVF with HSAs Act to expand access to IVF by doubling the contribution limits of health savings accounts, or HSAs, and expanding eligibility to utilize them by decoupling them from traditional high-deductible health plans. The real-world impact of my bill is that millions of Americans will be able to save more money in tax-free accounts to pay for medical expenses like IVF. We should all be able to agree that it is a good thing for more families to have an opportunity to grow. So many of us here are parents and grandparents. We should all be able to agree that more babies is wonderful. That's why I'm here to ask for unanimous consent to pass my bill. If the Senate is serious about ensuring opportunities for families, we can start today by allowing this good bill to get sent over to the House, where I am confident it will pass, and we can send it to the President's desk for signature. Madam President, I'm going to wait for Senator Wyden to ask. this once.
Senator from Florida.
As if in legislative session, I ask unanimous consent that the Finance Committee be discharged from further consideration of Senate 4771 and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration. I further ask that the bill be considered, read a third time, and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there objection?
Reserving the right to object.
Senator from Oregon.
Thank you, Madam President. And let me go to the policy issue. I know this is very important to my colleague from Florida, and when families are wrestling with this issue, they have the sympathies of all of us. Here's what concerns me. Families struggling to afford IVF will get virtually no benefit from the Scott proposal that doubles the annual contribution limit. That is the bottom line. Families struggling get virtually nothing from this. And I have just felt, and I'm sorry that we started a little bit early because I wanted to hear Senator Scott's remarks. And, you know, I just think if you look overall, Republicans have just had no interest in protecting in vitro fertilization or reproductive rights. The fact is, Donald Trump, some time ago, claimed that he was going to require insurers to cover IVF. And as far as I can tell, not Senator Scott, but Republicans generally basically never thought he was serious about it, which is the case for all of these proposals virtually that he's making, sometimes more than one a week. So my view is the money that this bill would cost is better spent on extending the expansion or the cost of health insurance for typical families. That's what we want to do, lower the cost of health insurance for typical families. And by the way, that's set to expire at the end of next year unless Congress takes action. So for those reasons, Madam President, I object.
Objection is heard.
Madam President,
Senator from Florida.
well, I appreciate my colleague being here. And so, first off, here's the positive. I think we all support IVF, so I support IVF. I have a daughter going through it right now. So I'm glad that IVF is legal and available in all 50 states. And there's no actual risk of it going away. And I think we all know this. So what I propose is that it's the IVF with the HSA's Act. It's going to expand access to IVF by doubling the contribution limits of health savings accounts. And it's going to expand eligibility and include them by decoupling them from traditional high-deductible health plans. So the impact of this will be that millions of Americans will be able to save money and have better access to it in tax-free accounts to pay for medical expenses like IVF. So I think that's all a positive. So the opportunity we have here is not about whether IVF will be here tomorrow or next year or 5 years from now. Everyone knows that IVF is here to stay. Today, our opportunity is to help more people use IVF to grow their families, but Democrats, unfortunately, my colleague decided to block this bill. So I hope I know my Democrat colleagues are going to call up for a vote tomorrow, Bill, but it just seems like it's just scoring political points. They're going to bring up the same bill that didn't pass before, and what's frustrating to me is I support IVF. I think all my colleagues support IVF. There was an attempt between Democrats and Republicans to write a bipartisan bill so that we could actually get a bill that we can pass. So the last 2 months has just been spent basically political posturing. I know it's an election year. So I hope that the Democrats are going to get serious about doing something that's going to really benefit hardworking people and help grow their families. So I'm disappointed, but I thank my colleague for being here.
Madam President,
The Majority Leader.
I move to proceed to legislative session.
The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
To executive session to consider calendar 651.
The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion is agreed to. We'll report the nomination.
Nomination, the judiciary, Rebecca L. Pennell of Washington, to be United States District Judge for the Eastern District of Washington.
I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close the debate on the nomination of Executive Calendar Number 651, Rebecca L. Pennell of Washington, to be United States District Judge for the Eastern District of Washington.
I ask consent the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
I move to proceed to legislative session.
The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
I move to proceed to executive session to consider calendar 706.
Question is on the motion. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, the judiciary, Michelle Williams Court of California, to be United States District Judge for the Central District of California.
I send a cloture motion to the desk.
Clerk will report.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close the debate on the nomination of Executive Calendar Number 706, Michelle Williams Court of California, to be United States District Judge for the Central District of California, signed by 17 senators as follows.
I ask the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent the mandatory quorum calls for the cloture motion filed today, September 16, be waived.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to legislative session, be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to the en bloc consideration of the following Senate resolutions: S-Res 817, S-Res 818, S-Res 819, S-Res 820, S-Res 821.
Is there objection to proceeding en bloc? Without objection, the Senate will proceed en bloc.
I ask unanimous consent the resolutions be agreed to, the preambles be agreed to, and the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, all en bloc.
Without objection.
And finally, Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stand adjourned until 10 a.m. on Tuesday, September 17, that following the prayer and pledge, the Journal of Proceedings be approved to date, the morning hour be deemed expired, the time for the two leaders be reserved for their use later in the day, and morning business be closed. Following the conclusion of morning business, the Senate proceed to executive session to resume consideration of the Costello nomination. Further, that the cloture motion with respect to the Costello nomination ripen at 11:30 a.m., and that if cloture is invoked, the confirmation vote occur at a time to be determined by the majority leader in consultation with the Republican leader. That following the cloture vote, the Senate recess until 2:15 p.m. to allow for the weekly caucus meetings. Further, that at 2:15 p.m. the Senate resume legislative session and resume consideration of the motion to proceed to calendar number 413, S4445, and that the majority leader be recognized at 3:30 p.m. Finally, that if any nominations are confirmed during Tuesday's session, the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's actions.
Without objection.
If there's no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order.
The Senate stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.